that increase alone is about $56,000 per person. The total is like $560,000 per person. And this is this crazy number here. The total needed for all the programs sums to 193.6 trillion in present value terms. Like the true situation, the financial situation, it's not even 30 trillion in debt. It's 193.6 trillion in debt, which is obviously unpayable. You could take every tech company, throw it into the wood chipper, every unicorn, all of Apple, all of Meta, all of Tesla, a trillion here, a trillion there means absolutely nothing. These debts are completely and totally unpayable, and so they will not be paid, which means Medicare, Social Security, military commitments, all these commitments will not be fulfilled. The U.S. will default on every obligation in the same way it's defaulting on its obligation to, e.g., Ukraine, defaulting on obligation to various alliance partners, diplomatic partners, to its own citizens. All these things, it's defaulting, and that hasn't even begun. And what happens when all that catches up? I mean, the reason that we've got these like $250 bills and these $500 billion military budget increases is the dollar itself is actually falling apart. And, there's this, there's actually, I'm not sure I can play this clip. Let me see if I can play it. I'll play it right after this, but there's a clip that happens when a dollar goes to zero. Okay. So with that said, what I think we need is peace, given all this crazy chaos that's coming. And Never School is my attempt at doing this, just like Zulu is Vitalik's. And we're building this for everybody. And the reason I think what we're doing is important for peace is we need to build understanding between people of different religions, races, cultures, ethnicities, what have you. And that doesn't need to be in the kumbaya way of the far left, which would say everybody's equal in every respect. But it's certainly not the far right that says there's irreconcilable racial, religious, cultural differences we need to fight, kill, blah, 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 blah. So that brings us to our chat. There's a bunch of questions I can answer, but that's how I am thinking about the world right now. Let me pause there.
Yeah, no, thank you so much for the introduction, Balaji. So I think one of the things that I wanted to get into this with is, in the software and crypto world, one of the most important things is security testing and pen testing, right? You want to try to break your own thing before it actually, people break, they actually keep the money, right? So it will be interesting, I think, to like really kind of sort of understand this exit idea better, sort of by attacking it a bit, right? So
Sure.
Okay, so one of the so first of all, like exit in a lot of ways really, also appeals to me personally, right? I mean, my parents and of course came to Canada out of post-Soviet Russia, and your family history has also been an immigrant, and now multiple times. And tying this into the internet war that you mentioned, which is super important. Actually, this year I've been sort of A/B testing on myself, basically getting off of Twitter, or at least getting off of the Twitter UI, and like whenever I have to posting through Firefly, right? And the thing that I found is that like this month is one of my Firefly month, like no Twitter UI months, and like I feel like my mental health is up 30 points, right?
Yeah.
And so like this aspect of things appeals to me, right? But it's so point one, right, is basically how large of an impact exit actually can have, right? Because so I looked up, for example, the example, Americans fleeing the U.S., right? And it was instrumental in founding America. But at least according to Google AI, it did not have a impact on the war in the UK itself, right?
Right.
And another example, like in Russia, people did flee, but it's less than 1% of the population. And then another challenging example is a lot of other people who are unhappy with Twitter fled to Blue Sky. And my kind of general vibe impression of what happened is basically that some number of people left, and there's a set of perception that by leaving, they essentially ceded the battlefield. And like essentially like that ended up kind of contributed to reducing their ability to kind of like basically serve as a counterbalancing force in the rest of society. So how would you respond to these things?
Yeah. So I would say, if you look at the long arc, those people who exited, for example, England, later on a 100, 200-year arc, America came back and basically was dominating the entire European continent, right? The Russians who left showed, among other things, that Russians could succeed in capitalism. And that was actually those diasporic connections, I think, were important for rebooting the Soviet Union afterwards, or not the Soviet Union, the post-Soviet Union countries. Certainly in China, the experience of the Chinese diaspora overseas, obviously near diaspora of Taiwan and Hong Kong and Singapore, also the far diaspora showed Chinese could succeed under capitalism. Similarly with the Indian diaspora showed Indians could succeed under capitalism. And all those things meant that, oh, actually, maybe we can reform our system. So over the long arc, diasporas do cause reform, I believe. That's number one. And then number two is that length of arc is becoming shorter and shorter and shorter. And so you can, like example, Dario or what have you, they exited OpenAI, they built Anthropic. And guess what? That's actually contending with OpenAI very, very quickly. So in the network era, you can exit, build an alternative, scale it up, and actually have something which can be a real alternative much, much faster than it was in previous eras.
What advice would you give to, I guess, Blue Sky, like both the team and the kinds of people who are going there because they're exiting Twitter, to help them, be, I guess, more effective and more positive and more productive?
So, it's funny. I spoke to Jay Graber and Dorsey before Blue Sky got started, and actually wrote a memo supporting that. Look, obviously, it's all her thing. But at the time, we wanted to decentralize. We, as in the broader tech community, wanted to decentralize Twitter and see what that looked like, and so did Dorsey. And the funny thing is, Blue Sky just became something where the users of Blue Sky do not care at all about decentralization in general. They're actually they just want another Twitter to get mad on and so on and so forth. And they're just fuming and biting and scraping and scratching at each other. In my view, it's very hard to fix something like that in a top-down way, because everybody came there for a particular purpose. It's almost like it's like civilizing a massively online battle arena, or the Wild West, or something. Well, the Wild West did get civilized. The Wild West wasn't actually that wild. My view is, instead, what one can do is found. So I'm not sure one can fix Blue Sky on Blue Sky, but what I think you could do is you could analyze it. You could find the reasonable people there, like for example, academics who didn't want to be subject to the racial and religious trolling on X, but they're also not crazy people who are yelling all the time at everybody else, right? It's the center left, okay? So you find the list of the center left people, and you start building startup societies, and you actually recruit them there, and they come there in person, and now they've got something to build, and they've got less energy to yell online. And in any practical startup society, you have to make left versus right trade-offs. Like, for example, immigration is about semi-permeable membrane. Are you going to let everybody in? No, because otherwise the cell dies. Are you going to let nothing in? No, because that also means the cell dies. You need to have some degree of control over your border, just like a cell does. So anyway, that's kind of how I think about it. Is some of these things, like everything that's copied the Twitter form factor, unless it has a social contract from the beginning that is set up to moderate, basically just results, whether it's Gab, whether it's Blue Sky, whether it's Truth, whether it's X, it is all just fighting. And unless there is a social contract to moderate it, Farcaster basically, I think, has potential, because you can have Farcaster clients where the social smart contract, when you sign on to it, this is a term I've used before, it's a portmanteau, right, for social contracts. The smart contract, when you sign on to it, is that it's going to be moderated. You know what? Reddit forums are moderated. Lots of forums are moderated. And moderation radically improves discourse. What's on topic, what's off topic. Like, you can't insult people in this way. And so and people are completely different human beings when they're entering a moderated forum. So that's how I'd fix it, is I'd have a bunch of individual fora around it and drain people away who are the more reasonable people. And then the crazy people find there's less fewer people to scream at. And then eventually the lack of engagement kind of kills the thing. And then they start applying to those startup societies and they have to reform their behavior. So that's how I think you do it. You might start with the online Farcaster, clients first, and then you do the offline, many different ways.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think this point of kind of having an explicit social contract, or even if you don't kind of do like really taking seriously the problem of community and kind of curation and like what kinds of people you're attracting, what kinds of people you're trying not to attract, is something that's so important. I think it's also probably one of the biggest difference I notice between like blockchain projects that produce outcomes that I find like honorable and positive, and those that just totally don't, and then like 4 years later. I guess.
Okay. So you think moderating the community is to you the highest signal difference between the two?
It's definitely up there, right? And it's not sort of moderation in the sense of like literally banning them from the chain, right? The whole point of chains is you can't ban people from them. It's an active choice of like what kinds of people do you try to bring in, and like often what kinds and often what kinds of people do you kind of intentionally choose not to try to bring in.
That's right. And the thing is, just to talk about that for a second, I think certain intuitions of crypto from the digital world have to be totally inverted in the physical world. Like, yes, blockchains are permissionless, but any physical world environment must be moderated and permissioned, because if one person comes in and just starts screaming racial slurs or yelling at people, and not that this has happened, but let's say it did, and said free speech, right? Well, that doesn't actually make any sense, because what you want within a community like that is friend speech. You want to speak as you would to a friend, right? Which doesn't mean yelling at the top of your lungs and then, causing a ruckus and driving everybody away. And so the way that I can communicate that to, let's say, an autistic libertarian of some kind is a social smart contract that they have to sign at the border before they get in. And that's the left libertarian value of consent and the right libertarian value of contract. They can opt into constraints. And only then I think certain kinds of Westerners can understand from that perspective, where there's an explicit contract that does restrict them in certain ways. They cannot act out as they like to act out. And by the way, on that topic, can I digress on that for a second?
Yeah. You can digress, you can trigress.
Okay, fine.
Okay.
Maybe this is a quadrigress. Okay. Going into the 20th century, for let's say a few hundred years, technology was centralizing and led to mass media, mass production, like a +1 to centralization across the world. The Western culture of individualism and liberalism was a -1 offset to that +1. So you had a balance of cultural decentralization, technological centralization. Whereas the Eastern cultures of, let's say, Tsarism or collectivism were a +1 on top of +1. So you get a +2 of a Stalin and a Mao, total centralized fist. Then, since the invention of the transistor, for the last 80 years, we've decentralized. You go transistor, personal computer, internet, smartphone, cryptocurrency, local AI models. And now the internet, let's say it's a -1, it's a decentralization baseline modifier to everybody. You take Western liberalism, individualism, you layer it on top, you get a -2. So you get American anarchy of both the left and the right variety. And by contrast, Eastern cultures that have evolved basically social technologies to have order, where to impose order on disorder, whether that's religion, whether that's harmony, dharma, what have you. Those cultures seem to be functioning better on the backdrop of the internet. So the +1 and -1 leads to a balance. Whereas America, you have the left libertarian saying, we are all equal, and the right libertarian saying, you ain't the boss of me. And so no one's in charge. Everything is chaos. It's just the First Amendment and the Second Amendment, all the shouting and all the shooting. And without the 10 Commandments that were underneath it, it used to be there was like a virtue that undergirded those rights. Like the First Amendment says, the First Commandment says, "Thou shalt not kill." Second Amendment says, "I can have a gun," and the Eighth Commandment says, "Thou shalt not bear false witness about others." But the First Amendment says, "I can say what I want." So the problem is that all of those responsibilities, that kind of morality that underpinned it, whether you call it morality, ethics, et cetera, are gone, and so they just have a total free for all. And so if you try to bring that into a physical community, you have a big problem. And so I think the problem of our time is going to be having people opt into constraints, not having it be imposed on them. I think that's wrong, whether it's the left communism or right fascism variety, not having it be imposed, but having people opt into one of 100, 1,000 startup societies that fit their vision, and then they opt into the constraints.
Okay. So one other, I think, big picture lesson on exit that we can get kind of from global history, right, is that the countries that like often start out poor and then become very successful, they basically never do it through right? And like the way that they do it is they are never, even if there are lots of things that are going very wrong in the world, they never exit from the world fully, right? They like, often do their own thing, but at the same time continue to remain highly integrated in a lot of ways, right? And I think this is often true on the internet as well, right? Like I think one of the big challenges with like a lot of people, like even a lot of people I respect, and like moving over to Blue Sky is basically that if you kind of exit from the Twitter network 100% and then move over to the Blue Sky network or the Farcaster network or another one, then you are taking a very large hit to your influence, right? And like one of the things I like about Firefly again is basically that like you're not fully exiting, right? You're actually like you're primarily exiting from the interface, right? But if you want to like stay in touch with specific people, you can. If you want to respond to specific posts, you can. And so what's the equivalent of that kind of balance in the startup society vision? Like, what are the things that you're exiting? What are the things that you're not exiting?
Well, right. So with respect to autarky, I think it's useful if you make a analogy, build versus buy. When you're just starting out as a startup, you cannot build everything. AI does make it much easier to build a much larger amount of things. In particular, you know, certain things that I would have just completely said absolutely not to 5 or 10 years ago. It is possible to clone Zendesk in-house, to clone anything that's got a defined user interface. With some good engineers, you can bring surprising amounts of functionality in-house now. So in some ways, AI is actually making the world more Chinese. Like within China, there's very little SaaS because the companies grew up in a low trust environment. They didn't want their data on someone else's servers because it would be pawed through to get intel on them, right? So a lot of Chinese companies just built everything themselves. They're surprisingly autarkic in the digital realm. AI means a lot of companies are becoming more Chinese in this way because also AI is reducing trust between digital tribes. Since there's so much spam, scam, slop, and so on and so forth, it's breaking as many markets as it creates. It is breaking sales, it's breaking recruiting, it's breaking, all kinds of things where you just don't trust it unless it's coming from a trusted name. I think that's gonna be a huge trust collapse over the next several years, but it's also going to be a new market of proctoring and verification. Okay, so coming back to the autarky point, once you have the build versus buy framework, like if you're very competent, if you're Apple or if you're China or Iran, actually, like surprisingly, you can actually do a lot in house. If you have high IQ, really motivated people, and for ideological or you know logistical reasons, you want to or can build everything in house, then you can do like this vertically integrated thing. Even then, Apple is not actually the world's best at software. Like it's good, obviously, but it's the vote on AI for the most part. Maybe that'll be seem to be good because they'll save money on the build up, but they couldn't even adopt the open models or what have you, right? Um, so I think one thing, the exception to all of these rules is China, and the reason is it's 1.4 billion people. So it's so big that it violates all the rules. Like it's the only nation that can afford to be autarkic because it's really a civilization. It's as big as the entire population of the world combined, right? It can just full stack do everything out of rocks and turn it into, fusion or well, maybe it's going to get fusion. Let's say nuclear power, solar power, and then do everything downstream of that. So China is set up to be the electrostate, the font of everything, right? But that is a very important exception that proves the rule. Everybody else is going to have peace and trade.
Actually, yeah. So I actually wanted to kind of push back a bit on the AI and autarky thing a bit, right? Because like this is something I've been thinking about a bit recently, right? Because on the one hand, it's in many ways very correct, right? Because like there's a lot of ways in which I've been managed to because of AI basically switched to just using self-written software for a lot of things, right? And even outside of that, like you're seeing a lot of software kind of migrate from being built for the world to sort of being built by and for a community, right? On the other hand, it's not really kind of sucking away the need for like the buy part or the kind of interdependence. Rather, what it's doing is it's sort of centralizing all the interdependence in the AI itself, right? And I can give an example of this. So actually, this is one of the big ways in which even China is actually very not autarkic in an important way. So this is a fun thing you can do yourself. Go ask DeepSeek or QN or any of those models and ask it for the Dungeons and Dragons alignment of the top 30 countries by GDP. If you ask it that, it will tell you that the US is good or neutral, that Japan is good, and that China is evil. This is Chinese.
Is that right?
Yes, Chinese open models. They will tell you this. And so, like, actually, like these network, like even in AI, like all of these data sets are just like so intermingled. There's so much shared pipelines. There's like so much of everyone distilling everyone and everyone grabbing data from the same places that like the models all feel the same. And like I think there is a kind of trends that people also complain about, right? That in this age of AI, like a lot of things, like even for example, like the graphics, like if you just ask like Claude or DeepSeek to like auto generate a beautiful HTML web page for you, it'll be beautiful, but like everyone's web pages will look more similar than they did 3 years ago, right?
Well,
And
I just tried this. Just take a look. Ready? Can I show you something?
sure.
So, all right. So this is actually more what I expected. The U.S. came up as chaotic neutral.
Mm.
China is lawful neutral. Which is interesting, right? Germany lawful good. So it's more Euro focused for Gemini at least, right? Which is interesting. Very interesting. Russia neutral.
Russia, yeah.
Well, oh man, unbelievable. This is lawful evil in some interpretation. Whoa.
Yes,
Anyway,
okay.
very, very, very. What a great test to do. By the way, I'm sure actually, very high signal because every country will probably want a model that rates it lawful good or whatever.
Yes.
You know, that's funny. Hey, go ahead.
Yeah, and so it's interesting, right? And this is also one of those things that like might change as AI evolves, right? Because AI sort of reinvents itself every 1 or 2 years. Do you remember like where the mark of like text being written by an AI is when it talks about delving too much, right? Like
Yeah.
yeah, and like these days, it's not like nobody delves anymore, right? It's like it's not X, it's Y, right? It's not
Yeah.
it's not delving, it's not X, it's Y.
Right.
And then in 2 years it'll be something else, right?
My hypothesis for why that is such a common thing is that AI is trained on a lot of Reddit argument threads, and whenever you're arguing, you're saying it's not X, it's Y. Very unfortunate because it's a very useful phrase that I
Yes.
have to actually intentionally eliminate from every piece of writing now.
Yes.
Um,
Yeah, and what's interesting is like there are ways I think to try to make AI kind of lead to more diversity and more pluralism and more kind of like basically, the equivalent of not creating like incredibly fragile like farms by having like the entire country grow the exact same crop, right? Um, and I think it can involve AI, but you have to use AI in a non-cookie cutter way, right? And like one thing that I noticed is that like it's actually surprisingly easy to kind of make things that are nice and stand out, even if you use AI. Like you just have to use AI in a non-cookie cutter way, right? Like
Yeah, that's right.
yeah,
But that's like saying, I mean, the prompt is the program,
well,
right?
prompt is
So
one piece. The other piece is like, for example, doing multiple rounds of editing. Another example would even be fine tuning.
that's right. But you know how there was some stat a while ago that said
Mm.
something like, I forget the exact number, but it was greater than 50% of people still had the Windows default desktop.
Mhm.
And so what that means is, you're absolutely right. And the way I put it is, the smarter you are, the smarter the AI is. It's amplified intelligence. And so because of that, yeah, absolutely. The more creative, intelligent, the better you are in prompting, editing, and mixing AI on AI, the better result you'll get. The dumber and lower complexity in the algorithmic sense the input is, then you'll get slop. And it's interesting because you can instantly tell from that. Like, you know, quarter, QUARTR.
I do not.
A few months ago, they had some really good um, content. Their content was clearly AI, but it was really good. It was basically like earnings calls where they just did these really nice earnings posters, but they're very artistic. It was like art. It was like, you know, Midjourney. You know, Midjourney gets you really nice looking art. It was like that, but it was clearly they iterated on a million times.
So I think, I mean, actually, one of the things that I kind of respect about like startup society as a concept, right, is that I think, like if you want deep diversity and deep pluralism to kind of both like maintain itself and like in the world and like basically not just be a holdover of pre-existing things, but like actually create new things, then one of the big things that you need is depth, right? You need depth in the sense of, you need to have a group of people that stays together for a long time. You need to have physical and digital things that that community uniquely works on for a long time. You need to kind of exist for enough that you're able to form your own culture, that you're able to form your own aesthetic, that people are actually able to form habits around a different way of doing things, and they don't sort of like switch back to the defaults and like stick everything onto Notion for the sake of like being compatible with the outside world. And just, if Notion is one of the things you're trying to escape from, everyone has their own access, right?
Right.
And I think, I guess one of the questions is like, since you've been doing network school for a full 2 years now, again,
18 months.
18 months, right? I mean, okay, well, we'll add the pre-launch period. So the like, to what extent do you think it's been kind of able to have its own culture?
So it's interesting. Do you know this? There's actually a graph that you and I both like. Let me put it on screen.
One dimension's time, the other is the number of people.
Yes, but we have a new number coming from that. So it's this graph. You knew exactly the one I was talking about. Let me show a visual here. So this graph. So 13 years ago, I made this chart, which is scale and duration, right? And then you made a modification of that, which is let's experiment here. Remember this?
Yeah.
Right. So I came with a very simple number, which is man months.
Okay.
Right. Number of people times number of months. So we recently crossed more than 5,000 man months at NS. And I think that's the new coin market cap. Like number of coins times price per coin is coin market cap. So number of people, like proof of human people, times duration is like the NS census. And so number of man months. So if, for example, one person stays for a year, that's 12 man months. If 3 people stay for 4 months, that's one man year. That's another 12 man months, and so on and so forth, right? So what's cool about that is that's a scalar measure that's actually pretty hard to fake, right?
Mm.
Especially if you have people posting verified selfies with a location stamp and so on and so forth.
Mm.
And I think that's how we start developing an NS census where we have, we combine proof of human and proof of location and Farcaster, and we can calculate out the number of man months. And I think that is how you sort of organically develop a culture. And I think we have, because you have a large number of people in the same location forming bonds amongst themselves and so on and so forth. And I can say more about that, but basically, it's interesting. It's like,
yeah, I mean, maybe like one follow up, what are some concrete signs that you would look for to see, does is network school succeeding at having its own culture?
So, well, first is we have, so I measure the doublings, 64, 128, 256, 512. So you're on the concept of society as a service, right? So society as a service is, in my view, how you should build or think about a startup society. Why build? Just because you have to have some sustainability model, right? So if you have SaaS, society service, people pay X dollars, and that's their overall kind of thing for everything. Then the monthly member is just paying on a month-to-month basis. We call them long-termers if they sign annual contracts and they're commit for at least a year to help build a fractal frontier. And if we can do it, only if we can do it legally, we will look into whether we can split, some of the value that's being created with them. And I think we can. Let's hope that the legal stuff happens. But I think there's a lot of possibilities on that. So the long-termer, the big difference, and this is the thing I think we've solved at NS that I don't think has been solved broadly in the community, and we're going to publish a thing and open source everything we've done in our playbook, is it's one thing to go and visit, a conference or even a pop-up and then go back home. It's quite another thing to move there permanently. You're not saying like nice place to visit, but I wouldn't want to live here, right? To be the place that people relocate to permanently, you actually have to be global number one for that person. Global number one is really hard, really, really hard, especially when you're a startup society. In fact, you understand at that point why, like Singapore, Shenzhen, why urbanization has been such a big thing over the last several decades. Because, a Singapore or a Shenzhen has, I don't know, 50 shoe stores, 60 haircutters, whatever, right? It has dozens of every possible, it's got hospitals, it's got this, it's got that, all that stuff. And your startup society does not have those things and will not have those things for a long time, right? So why would someone come there, but they want to build all that stuff from scratch? Why would they want to do that? It has to be really compelling. I think there needs to be both the moral and the economic case. The moral case in terms of what we call the one commandment, like there's something that has to exist in the world and the people are there to build it. And the economic case, if they can have a cut of the upside, if it does become the next Shenzhen, right? And I think that combination is important. So it's coming back to the culture point. We've doubled. We've gone from 64 to 128 to 256. Now we're between 256 and 512 long-termers who have committed to be here for at least a year. And we have thousands and thousands of people who've just come and visited network school for at least a month, right? I think that's pretty good for about 18 months out. And so we're doing a major campus expansion and so on now. And I want to build Techno Alto, Bio Alto, Robo Alto, Crypto Alto. It's pretty cool, right? All right, let me pause there. That is, so our culture is basically like a slice of Silicon Valley, as if, imagine if like San Francisco wasn't fighting Y Combinator every step of the way, right? If Palo Alto wasn't looking at all this tech stuff as this alien imposition of these weirdos who are there. What if the thing was built from the beginning to be pro-tech, where the city itself, the town itself was a tech platform? It changes so much. Everything changes. You have a dashboard for everything. You can do room reservations like you do conference reservations in tech companies. We take a lot of the conventions of tech offices. We now start applying them to a campus and a lot of the conventions of Google campus, but scaled out to a larger number of people.
Yeah, I think one of the important things, though, for me, right, is that like to me, there's something that's kind of fundamentally multidimensional about the idea of like creating communities and creating cultures, right? It's like a community and a culture is like actually successful if it manages to appeal to some people and not appeal to other people, right? Because that's
Sure.
how like you increase the extent to which the world as a whole actually has something that can fit everyone's needs. And so like I was thinking about the function, right? And like I have this strong instinct that like I would actually modify it to be sublinear in number of people and possibly even a bit superlinear, right? Basically because
You mean you tweak the man month thing so that it's not
like
it's not
basically
n
like
times
4xing the people does not get you a 4x. It gets you like a like maybe 2x. And at the same time, 4xing the time should even get you more than 4x.
Yeah, it's interesting. You know how you could quantify that potentially? We have a third measure, which is edges between people,
Yes.
right? So I call it the 3 Qs:
Yes.
quantity, quality, connectivity. Obviously, connectivity doesn't start with a Q, but it's memorable that way, right? So quantity is the number of nodes. Quality is just like cool people who, by the way, don't have to be and shouldn't be all tech. We have fitness trainers and we have creators and we have all kinds of people. And then connectivity is the edges that we create between them. By the way, I want to somewhat add to what I just said, which is I sort of talked about the sort of top-down, view on things, right? Like building the vessel and the campus and so on. The most important thing about NS is the bottom-up culture that has emerged, and there's an interplay between those. Just as a small example, people, they wanted a sauna and they wanted a cold plunge, so they just crowdfunded a sauna and a cold plunge, and we assembled those, and people, some guy started organizing trips to various nearby countries so people could see ASEAN, and somebody started organizing Chinese lessons, and we have thousands and thousands of events. You can go to luma.com/NS. You can see all the events people organize, everything from, people set up a band and they play music, or there's a run club, or like all kinds of crazy things that people do, right?
Yeah.
And all of that is sort of organic behavior.
Yeah, no, I think that's beautiful, actually. Yeah, I think it's one of the things that I've been seeing in the zoo nodes is, like they have also been, like they've even been differentiating in a lot of ways, right? Like,
Oh, interesting.
yeah, because like Frontier Tower, for example, is like one of these kind of zoo nodes. 4C is another one, right? And if you go to one versus going to another, like the vibe that you get is very different, right? And I think like one of them has a lot of technology, a lot of entrepreneurs. Like 4Cs has those things, but like a very different kind. It has its own library, which is some collection of cypherpunk things, a lot of kind of traditional like Chinese philosophy, and like just various things. It has they've been like cooking kind of like sort of Brian Johnson themed like longevity lunches pretty often. So just like so like a lot of commonality, right? But like that one definitely has more of the sort of communitarian vibe to it. And like you see these kind of different places, and like it feels different to be in one. There's a lot of people who feel at home in some and don't feel at home in others, and like to me that's success, right? And I think like same with network school.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, so I wanted to kind of go back to sort of like the pen testing a bit, and one of the things that I want to pen test kind of two more things, right?
Sure.
One of them is that I think there has been this kind of, I guess, either Silicon Valley or maybe kind of U.S. tech entrepreneur-led strand of attempting to create things that are like startup societies, right? And I think in your slides you mentioned Cursor Cafe and Anthropics, and I remember WeWork, right? And the original vision of WeWork had like a lot of it was very kind of proto network statey, right? And then you had people like Tony Hsieh from Zappos, who also did kind of a lot of unique organizational culture things, and there was this kind of thread of like people who start these kinds of projects, and there's this very sincere goal of like trying to build a community, right? But like one of the things I wonder though is to what extent like those attempts have been successful, and to what extent like they don't really feel like communities because kind of they have the top down, but they haven't really managed to kind of get the bottom up, and they haven't managed to sort of escape the default mode of sort of you're trying to be appealing to everyone. Like what is your view on that whole lineage?
What's my view on what's so? First of all, both of those guys, Tony Hsieh and the late Tony Hsieh, passed away unfortunately, and Adam Newman are amazing entrepreneurs. So, and what I'm going to say, please don't take it as a critique of them or their work or anything like that. Okay, WeWork basically created the co-working category. It's sort of synonymous with that. So it's very, very hard to do that. So I'm not a hater or critic. I'm just giving a very limited critique. I would say the big thing about WeWork is it used the words for community, but didn't have the substance of community. And the reason I would say that is there's a laptop test. If you walked into a WeWork and you left your laptop down, well, would you do that? No. Why? Because it's just like a Starbucks lounge, right? You don't know anybody there. It has nice, looking, wood and so on and so forth. Probably people there are like, they have at least some capital or whatever. They're able to afford a membership, but it's strangers, right? You don't know them. You don't want to know them necessarily. There's like, it's just a place that, it's like Starbucks or something, It's not like you dislike them, but it's an airport lounge. And similarly with Tony Hsieh's Vegas project, I'm less familiar with what specifically he was trying to do there, but I think the fact that at least I can't off the top of my head, and I'm sure somebody might be able to correct me, I can't name the moral premise that project stood for, right? What Network School stands for is the premise that startup societies are good. And that might seem so trivial and so stupid to everybody who's watching this or in this room and so on. But it is actually extremely controversial because a very large fraction of people, perhaps the majority, but certainly a very large number, the kind of people who hate crypto, also hate startup societies. Why? Oh, you're supposed to be loyal to the place of your birth, you traitor. Why don't you come and stay back home and fix everything that's broken there? Pour your entire life and soul into that. The land owns you. You're a slave. I mean, I'm apologizing it. There's a nicer way of saying it, but that's implicitly what they're saying, right? The state funded your education. You can never leave. They called it Republikflucht in East Germany, right? The Soviets had the diploma tax. Nazis had the right to flight tax. Like basically these taxes or bans, exit bans, like North Korea won't let you leave, Cuba won't let you leave. Where now you can understand it from the perspective of the people in those sides. They're thinking, oh, I don't want our best guys to leave. No. We got to keep them. They need to work here. Otherwise, I'm never getting out of this hole. I get it. I get it from that standpoint as well. But the concept that one can actually leave and start something new and not be assailed or jailed by the people in the old world is not something to take for granted. And that, because that, in a sense, for lack of a better term, polarizes, because it's not a consensus truth right now, or perhaps it was at one point, but isn't anymore. That's the kind of thing that, in my view, gives the potential energy, the motive force to really build a new startup society, because you genuinely stand for something that's not material, right? It is something where you would accept a lower quality of life to have a higher spiritual purpose, because it's important in the world that we actually have startup societies and a new birth, not just of freedom. I do believe in a new birth of freedom, but a new birth of community, a new birth of tolerance, a new birth of, understanding and mutual understanding. So that's what I think was lacking in those two projects. A, community, and B, morality, right? Community, by the way, measured by connectivity. Morality measured by what I'd call moral uptime. So do you remember when here's a good one, ready? You know how UST depegged, like Luna, right? Yeah. So if you look on a much longer time scale at the percentage of Americans who believe in Christianity, it depegged.
Mhm.
Okay. So the implicit mark at like 80% or whatever that believed in Christianity just fell off a cliff in 10 years. So moral presumptions just fell off a cliff.
Mm.
And if, some people didn't like the Christian right, but boy, you won't like the post-Christian right. The post-Christian right is UFC punch you in the face, totally, like zero sum, doesn't believe in the humanity of the person on their side, and so on and so forth. That's bad stuff. And so we've had a depeg of morality, right? And we need to actually fix, like, I don't think you can just force the old thing back. You need to have new startup societies that have a moral, do you know Goofus and Gallant? Do you know what that is?
No.
Okay. So let me show you this. This is almost in the form of training examples, which is helpful. Okay.
Yeah. We're in Berlin. Berlin has excellent trains, so you're going to add some more trains.
Add more trains to Berlin? Go ahead.
Yeah, no, tell us your training examples.
Okay. Yeah. That's a, here we are. So, do you see the screen there?
Mm-hmm.
Goofus tracks mud through the house.
Mm.
Gallant leaves his muddy shoes by the door.
Right.
Goofus stays outside during a thunderstorm. There's lightning, we better go inside. Basically, this kind of stuff, as corny as it might seem, okay, is, Goofus litters. Gallant puts it in the trash.
Right.
Almost every Goofus and Gallant type example can be boiled down to Goofus does the individualistic, selfish thing that benefits him in the moment, and Gallant takes some hit to himself to benefit the collective. Right? And that is multiply, you need both old school and new versions of it. Like Goofus posts a private DM for clicks, right? For clout. Gallant respects the privacy of his interlocutor, even if, it would benefit him in the moment, that kind of thing. Right? So that's like the modern internet updating of these sort of old school precepts. That idea of actually having moral teachings and saying, this is good and this is bad. Obviously, we understand that you have to do that for machine learning. This is the correct example. This is the incorrect behavior. But you have to do that for human learning as well. Otherwise, all of these moral intuitions that we have been kind of inherited from, like what kinds of examples are, I would say American leaders, but really all Western leaders, English-speaking leaders, what kinds of examples are they setting? They're cursing at each other in public. One guy has a Nazi tattoo. One guy, we've got the craziest kinds of things happening. Terrible, terrible public examples. And instead, what we need is, I think, leaders of new startup societies that actually set a good example. As difficult as that is.
Yes.
It's really hard.
It is.
It's really hard to set a good example.
It is.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Let me,
I wonder.
it's just because.
Yeah, but it's actually the fact that you brought up this kind of Goofus and Gallant approach is interesting, right? Because I think one of the big kind of critiques of the one commandment idea, right, is that things like culture and things like morality, it's very hard to like actually capture enough of the essence of a thing by giving a kind of like a traditional sort of like formal definition of it, right? And often,
sure.
Like often the type of definition that matter, like the type of definition that's often most effective actually is sort of like the bag of training examples definition, right?
Yeah. I would say this on the one commandment thing. That was a necessary oversimplification, right? To communicate something which was necessarily oversimplified, like F equals MA, when it's really F equals dP/dt, right? Like, yes, there's situations where mass changes in the rocket equation. You need to handle that, right? So the one commandment is a first approximation that's a useful first approximation that says you need to have a moral premise that you stand for, and you don't need to build an entire fully built out moral code, but there has to be something that you really do feel is wrong with the world that your society is rectifying, know? And then of course you can and should import all kinds of other, maybe you put that on top of a traditional Christian code or Hindu code or Muslim code or something like that. Maybe you import some legal code from the society that you're in. That's probably a good idea.
Yeah, and I
You
think
know,
like
you don't
codes
have
are
to.
one. Yeah, codes are one part of it, right? I think the other part of it is kind of setting up the morality by by kind of setting examples, right? And like often even
Yeah.
through actions, right? Like if you think
Yeah.
about like the difference in like say for example the Ethereum and Bitcoin communities, right? Like if you ask
Yeah.
AI, like especially if you ask AI from a few years ago, what is the difference between Ethereum and Bitcoin? It'll tell you, you should go to a Bitcoin if you value sound money, and you should go to Ethereum if you value decentralized smart contracts, right? But we both know that there's like somehow 100 differences between these two communities that like actually don't map well to, do you have smart contracts or not? And like in a parallel
Right.
universe could have totally gone the other way.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Yes, for sure. I mean, the thing is, that's even more true with, let's say, Ethereum, Solana, or like in the sense of like, or Bitcoin versus ZEC. Like in many ways,
Yeah.
I think the ZEC community is pragmatic
Mm-hmm.
and even more cyberpunk in some ways than the Bitcoin community is. Bitcoin has kind of lost sight of all of that and what have. Anyway, yeah.
Actually, ZEC and
There are
Monero, I
many
think, is a great comparison.
Go ahead. Sorry.
ZEC and Monero, I think that's like the best comparison of this.
Yes, that's right. So absolutely granting your point that there are unarticulated behavioral differences between people that are not easily legible, right? I do think, however, that if you took a bunch of community leaders from those communities, or even like people who kind of imbibed implicitly the values of those communities, and B, you put them in one location, eventually C, you could distill some written version of the kinds of things that they value. And it wouldn't be complete, but it'd be sort of like machine learning where what is the essence of a cat or the essence of a dog? Given enough boundary conditions, you can get a pretty good approximation, decision rule.
Yeah.
And the reason you do need that is you want to scale that culture. It can't all be based on vibes at the beginning. It can be at the beginning, but it can't be forever.
Exactly. So, actually, speaking of kind of things being off of vibes and not being forever, kind of going back to the situation in America a bit. Remember back in 2020, there was a big meme that the San Francisco and kind of by metonymy, the whole Bay Area is kind of on its way out, and we're decentralizing. One of the places we're decentralizing to is like for example Miami. Another place we're decentralizing to is Austin. There's other places you're decentralizing to. And I mean, actually, one of the things that I respect you for is like you actually walk the walk, right? And the majority of people who kind of LARP about grand topics definitely, do not walk the walk, right? I mean, that's I think well, that's the difference between like LARPing a grand topic and like actually taking it seriously, right? But it feels to me like the kind of attempted coordinated move to Miami failed, from what I can tell. The attempted coordinated move to Texas, I think, somewhere in the middle. Some successes, some failures. But in general, the general sentiment I kind of feel is basically that like San Francisco is fully back, and like basically network effects are super strong, and essentially AI came in and sort of forked history's trajectory, and now like AI is very heavily centered there, right? I guess.
I very strongly disagree with this, and let me give you my view.
Yeah. Okay, so, sure. Yeah, I'm curious.
So how with crypto, like we'll have this surge and then crash, and then another surge, another crash, and so on. But the overall direction is up, right? I think that's similar to the surge and crash out of SF and out of California. To give recent examples, Larry Page is out of California, Zuckerberg's out of California, Sergey Brin's out of California, Elon's out, Peter Thiel is out. Peter Thiel's out of America in part. Jeff Bezos out of Washington, Travis Kalanick's out of California. Where'd they go to? Bezos went to Florida. Elon went to Texas. Many companies have also pulled out of Delaware, stopped incorporating Delaware. Due to Florida, basically, many people have come from New York and California to Florida and Texas, both at the like mezzanine level, like upper middle class, and the ultra elite level, like tech billionaires and so on and so forth. and they've also moved out of Washington State. And so that's because, and I think what's happening with AI is, so here's the part which I did not, that I didn't expect, but that I think I'm still right in the long run.
Okay.
What I didn't expect was the strength of the death throes. Okay.
Yeah.
Like I said, like the final dying kick, right, of the whole thing of the last, is the last 4 years or 5 years. And the final dying kick is like a really strong kick. And so you get, boom, AI, and you get MAGA, and you get like, Elon doing X and so on before the whole thing goes to zero. And what does that mean? Like, first, if you look at AI, AI does a lot of good stuff. Obviously, there's amazing things happening. However, economically, there's absolutely no way that the SF AI companies can possibly make up their CapEx given their OpEx, right? That's to say, you have Chinese open models that are coming out that are much cheaper. This is predictable 18 months ago, by the way. I put out a post called AI Overproduction on exactly this. China discovered with the release of DeepSeek that first, they could just distill the cow rather than buying it for free. Second, by releasing it for a day or two, knocked $1 trillion off of US tech companies, so that's not too bad. Third, they just sell AI-enabled hardware while releasing the cheap open-weight software, right? Fourth, they gain prestige for China everywhere. Fifth, by making it open weights, everybody can integrate it so you don't have to tell people what to do or gate it behind an API. It's just decentralized, right? And they actually did the thing that most people thought they couldn't do, which is they went to the left of America on the libertarian left culturally. They embraced open source when tech had gone too far in the direction of closed source and corporate and, lost sight of some of its roots. OpenAI, look, obviously it's a historical accomplishment what they did, but they became a closed API, right? And, they eventually released an open weights models, but the issue is that if you look at Airbnb's using Chinese models, Microsoft's using Chinese models, I expect there's going to be some attempt at tariffing those or blocking the use of them within the US, but that won't block it for the rest of the world, right? So what happens? Like you have the Chinese open weight models cut the legs out from future revenues of these AI companies. They cannot pay for their giant data center buildouts or their CapEx. Hundreds of billions of dollars is vaporized. Everybody's super mad at the tech guys. And the shooting at Sam Altman's house and the Molotov cocktails being thrown, the firebombing of the Teslas, the arson of the self-driving cars and the Waymos, all that is just the beginning of the anti-tech anger. Because if you think they're this angry when tech guys are rich, wait till tech guys are poor and laying people off and the AI bubble is popped. Moreover, a lot of AI effects for many people, for you and I, if you're doing coding, it's amazing. If you're doing biotech research, unbelievable. For us, it is the greatest of times, absolutely. For most people, they're just perceiving it's not this, it's that. They're seeing the writing degrade. They're seeing AI slop in the feed. They're seeing fake AI images. They're seeing LinkedIn covered in AI spam. They're seeing their inbox filled up with all kinds of AI cold outreach or whatever. They're just seeing an internet that is also something which is harder to use because there's so many captchas and whatever on it that, it's going to become a less free internet. They're not necessarily, and they're seeing like people get into parasocial relationships with AI and have AI psychosis and AI boyfriends and all this kind of stuff, right? There's reports of people killing themselves or going crazy with this. They're probably already crazy, but so the average person, if you're a power user, you're a programmer, you're a researcher, AI is amazing. The smarter you are, the smarter the AI is. In China, AI will be amazing. Why? Because they do AI hardware. So paradoxically, in the analog world, moving a box from this location to that location is very quantifiable. It's just like an epsilon bounding box to detect task completion in the physical world, right? So the Chinese style of physical AI will be very useful where you have robot, like whether it's humanoids or other kinds of form factors, 6 degree of freedom arms, whatever, all kinds of things, delivery robots. They'll just do things and you can detect when it's done because it's a physical kind of thing. There's only one physical world. By contrast, in the digital world, when is an essay done? You don't know. You can always improve it. So in the digital world, AI's always got a fuzzy completion. Paradoxically, the analog fuzzy world has easy completion detection. The digital world doesn't. So that means that basically AI in the digital world cannot really do it end to end, but only middle to middle. You have to keep reviewing, you have to keep prompting, you have to keep verifying it. In the physical world, you don't have to verify it as much because it's easy to with sensors to determine whether it's done. So the Chinese style of AI will work. A heavily moderated style of AI will work. An unmoderated AI will just result in slop, spam, security attacks, all kinds of stuff. And AI CEOs will be under attack because they're not going to be making money. And what's the consequence, I think, is AI just gets nationalized. These companies decline enough, and then they're just, I mean, we're already there, basically, like Anthropic's quasi-nationalized, right? It becomes nationalized. And the thing about that is the entire American view of, oh, AI is American, American, American. It is, the internet is as American as America is British. These AI companies, yes, they're based in America, but they've got like 50, 70, sometimes 80% non-American or second generation, like immigrant, founders or what have you, naturalized people. If you look at the demographics of these companies, okay, like absolutely nothing against, heritage Americans and so on. Nothing against them at all. They're amazing people. However, that's not most of the demographics of these companies. That's not most of the customers of these companies. That's not where their user base is coming from. Obviously, these are, billions of users. Even just that alone will show you 300 million Americans has to be 70% non-American.
Right.
So the entire
I guess kind of your argument is that like there will be another shock to SF, and like this one is going to be harder to dodge.
Already there.
Already there.
Yeah, you can't become a tech billionaire in California anymore. They're going to expropriate you. Duh.
Okay.
Right.
I guess I'd be curious still, kind of what is your retrospective view of these attempts to like relocate tech to Miami and like other places, like more in the 2020 to 23 era. Like what?
Yeah, my view is it's something a lot like all the attempts to try to do crypto before Bitcoin, all the attempts to do PR before Oculus, all the attempts to try to do AI before OpenAI. Sometimes the technology progresses and fits and starts and so on, and then somebody comes and studies the history of everything that didn't work and snaps it all together, and then it works. And I think we're now going to see many Silicon Valleys opening around the world. I can feel the tug on the leash on the other side.
Yeah.
And what I mean by that is, when there's like product market fit and something's like tugging on a leash, right? And I can feel lots of people, the American diaspora is surging. There's actually a Wall Street Journal article on this. All these Americans who are leaving, whether left or right, This is what I predicted 13 years ago because people under age 40 were poorer than their parents. It's always led to diaspora, and now it's happening. And where are they seeking out? Well, it's going to be all these startup societies and tech parks and special economic zones and so on worldwide. Not just Americans, of course, people who are leaving China because they want to do crypto, or India because they want less pollution or something like that. India isn't or Ukraine because they don't want to get blown up, right? All these reasons people are leaving. Many people are seeking a better location, and they're picking from 193 countries. And maybe we can add eventually, in the fullness of time, 194th and 195th. So and 1,000.
Yeah, I guess maybe we can kind of wrap up by kind of exploring more the future of this of the space, right? I guess maybe one question to think about, right, is exactly like how many people, like ultimately, like what % of the world population do you expect in an optimistic scenario in like 1 to 3 decades is going to be part of one of these?
Interesting. Well, 1, 2, or 3 decades is a long time, right? And the reason I say that is, okay, it's 2026, right? 3 decades ago, Google didn't exist, Facebook didn't exist, Amazon was like maybe just started, right? No iPhone, no anything. Like 30 years ago, 1996 was an extremely, extremely, extremely offline time, right? 20 years ago, like Google had just IPO'd, right? 10 years ago, it starts to become more like the modern world where the big tech companies were there, right? But it was just in its infancy. I think Ethereum was just getting started and so on and so forth. It's pre-TikTok, it's pre-mobile video and all this kind of stuff. 10 years ago is more recognizable. My view is this, like, if you think about how long it took WhatsApp and TikTok and Google and so on, it took them about 20 years. Well, in some cases, 5, right? But let's say it's on the order of 10 to 20 years to get to 1 billion users and become completely gigantic world phenomena, right? I do think in 10 to 20 years from now, I think we will, in 10 years, I think we will at least have 1 million person startup society, perhaps a network state, which has diplomatic recognition by 1 or more countries. And I think in 20 years, I think it's very possible we have 1 billion people in network states. But the thing about that is you have to think about how different the world was. 20 years ago, how many people were on social media?
Yeah.
Like a million, a few million? It was like, okay, actually, that's not right. Let me say 23 years ago, okay, Friendster. There's like nobody on social media. There's Blogger, okay? 23 years ago to today, there's billions of people on social media. So 2 decades is a really, really, really long time.
Right. I think it's a really long time in the digital world, right? But like the physical world is inherently more challenging, right? It's like how like OpenAI and Anthropic were able to like jump from 0 to hundreds of millions of users like very quickly, right, within a couple of years. But like if you think what the equivalent of that would take in the physical world, like say for example, the Matt Iglesias's 1 billion Americans vision happening, but not on his timeline, but on a tech timeline, like by the end of this decade, like if you could vibe code houses and if you could vibe code roads, then you could do it, right? But like this is
I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
I would say the following. Well, first is robotic construction is getting really good in China.
Okay.
And so I think what you're talking about, that aspect of things, solar robotics are getting so good that in 10 years, 20 years for sure, I do think that, for example, one thing I think about a lot is modular construction. And we've been doing, you should come and see the latest stuff we've been doing at our school. We're doing experiments in that to rack and stack modulars and see if we can build a house for the price of a car that's just solar powered. And has a new trade-off of you have a house that's 1/10 the price of a house or 1/20th, but it only has power 95% of the time. 5% of the time it doesn't because your battery or whatever runs out or something. It's like several days without sun. Some trade-off along those lines. Yeah. I think a lot of people would take that trade-off. It's a new trade-off. Okay, it means you don't have power 100%. It's like digital Sabbath almost. So the premise of can we vibe code roads and stuff, I think we might be able to get farther along on that than one might think in the next 10, 20 years. But with that said, at least my plan is as follows. I'm going to put out a post or video titled something like, the open source network state or the open source startup society, how to do your own, and just say everything that worked for us. And then it's just parallel processes. And maybe we have 1,000 of them and we say, guess what? Give me your best one each week. And we put in 100K into that or something like that for like, I don't know, $5 million a year. That's not that much, right? Best one each week. And I bet you'll get a lot of them that way. Yeah. And then that can parallel process.
What kind of person do you think would realistically benefit from and go to and find it positive for them to join a startup society? Let's just say in the next 5 years.
So the next 5 years, I think it's going to be probably a crypto-friendly person because crypto is big enough that it's got hundreds of millions of people now, right? So crypto is like on the order of 10% of the world, something like that, right? Yeah. And they should be crypto-friendly, not so much in the sense that they know every opcode or, they know exactly how to run an archival node or something, but in the sense that cryptocurrency says we can start new currencies and we can build new communal systems of law and so on. And crypto communities say we can build new communities, cities, and even countries. So someone with that spirit is the right kind of person for startup society. Somebody who still doesn't get that has to come down the funnel to like, oh, this crypto thing actually works, and then they can be onboarded, right? And what that means is, I think, at least personally, I think it's going to have to start within tech and crypto, especially crypto, and then it'll be a model that others can follow. Because, like, for example, there's a guy who wrote a book called The Benedict Option, right? And he's like a nice guy, devout Christian, and like his kind of community is going to need a tech stack that the crypto and tech people will build for our startup Silicon Valleys and Zuzalus and so on around the world, right? And then he can just push a button and use it. Like a vegan village is probably, unless they've got a tech founder, not going to be able to necessarily code the whole thing themselves. Like ZooPass and all these kinds of bits of infrastructure that you guys are building, we are building. Once we do it, then we develop a toolbox that others can use. That's at least how I think about it.
Yeah, no, I think that that makes a lot of sense. I guess another question is like, what are the kinds of kind of like backward sort of like or like what kinds of impacts feeding back into the world that doesn't join startup societies? Because at least by we expect that to be like still the overwhelming majority of people. Do you expect will like start to happen the earliest?
Well, so the thing is, I mean,
Hmm.
96, when people ask me that a question like that is, and I
Hmm.
think,
Hmm.
96% of the world is not American. Only 4% of the world is American.
Hmm.
So America never went mainstream, quote unquote. Yet obviously it changed the world, right?
Hmm. Right.
So, most of the world is not a Google, but they changed the world and so on,
Mm.
right? So my view is, well, first of all, just to show that it can be done
Hmm.
is an important, just an example, right?
Mm.
Critical example to show that it can be done, that it can be done. Crucially, one thing that's really interesting that I find people always want to say it's a corporate thing, it's a money thing,
Mm.
and I'm like, it's a community thing, and
Mm.
it shouldn't really cost you any money. You're just
Mm.
getting together with some friends and
Right.
crowdfunding something. We can bring the cost down, I think, over time. But like,
Hmm.
if 10 people can afford like an apartment, they can afford a co-living house, right?
Hmm.
Like, let's say pooling money actually gets you very, very far.
Hmm.
So I think, but coming back to the spillover benefits,
Yeah.
number one, it's possible. Number two is a lot of these will be special economic zones or something of some kind. There'll be biotech innovation, other kinds of innovation that should benefit the world.
Hmm.
Number three is, one of the things about America is it was a place for all kinds of social innovations that the rest of the world copied, from universal suffrage to so many things. Like, I mean, obviously mass production, blah, 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 blah. Not everybody had to go to the startup society to copy some of the technologies or styles of living that are coming out of there, So
Yeah.
that's how I think about it. And I think we've already had a decent influence where
Hmm.
a lot of startup society founders come to network school, hang out, they learn something, they come back,
Yeah.
like the Prototown guy from Austin, he came by, that kind
Mm.
of thing. He's like, oh, you've got a dashboard. Oh, that's really cool. We need to build a dashboard, that kind of thing, you
Mm.
know?
Hmm.
Um, so,
Mm.
so that's something where there might be 1,000 people in Prototown or whatever in some future thing where we help them on the margins with
Right.
some implicit cultural export.
Yeah, I think to me, I like that kind of cultural experimentation and like hopefully seeding the wider world with with the examples that prove successful is something that's going to be valuable and that's going to be very important because I think with rapid changes of technology, we are going to rapidly need new culture. I think maybe like one example that is starting to become like very pressing, right, is that the internet is definitely becoming a war zone, right, and there's all kinds of stuff on social media that is not great for like mental health of adults. And if you're thinking about raising children in this environment, like that's going to be a challenge times 10, right? And I'm
That's something for you on that.
yeah, and exactly. And so I'm curious, like how do you see, like startup societies kind of participating in that kind of thing, both kind of internally and in terms of like what kinds of ideas that start from startup societies might end up helping everyone else too.
Well, so actually, Veronica, who I believe Veronica Schrenk of
Hmm.
also of the Ethereum community,
Mm.
she's helped us. So this is something I've always wanted to do. We
Mm.
just booted this up last month, and bring your family to Network School.
Mm.
And so we've actually had our first 5 engagements at Network School. We're tracking towards maybe hopefully get to 10 by the end of this year if all goes well.
Mm.
We have Network School for couples, kids, families, children. So Veronica is one of our teachers. Ansel's one of our teachers, and a typical day for kids: movement, math, Mandarin, morality, and also they do little chores around Network School, like they help with food delivery or help with cleanup and stuff like that. And the core team has their here's like little girls playing with robots and workshops, field trips, very wholesome stuff, right? Very family friendly stuff, And so this is, you know, in a sense, it's funny because one of the killer features is 7 days a week. I believe it's 7. It's at least 6. I think we might get to 7.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say it's at least 6 days a week, 12 hours a day drop off. So a working parent just drop off their child, go and work for a while, come back, give them a hug, go back and work. This is ridiculously expensive, something like that, in both time and overhead and so on outside of network school, but super, super cheap and easy to do within network school because of the proximity and the friendliness of it. And so, you know, in a sense, I've started to say, actually, you know, I do think we can become the #1 place in the world for tech families and children. And why do I say tech families and children? Because everything has to start tech. Otherwise, you know, you're trying to persuade someone to become an early adopter, and they don't get this new thing. Or tech people are used to early adopting, crypto people are used to early adopting. So it works for them, then it'll work for their friends who are in, I don't know, finance or biotech or something like that, right? I mean, biotech is kind of part of tech. You understand what yeah, so that's the short answer there. And Veronica, who I think many of you guys know, is an amazing person and working with us and with me closely on this.
Yeah, and that's great. So I think you know, the topic that you started with, and you know, the topic that I you know, would love to end with is you know, we're talking about how startup societies can be a contributor to peace, right? And I think you know, one angle of this is just being a refuge for people who wants to kind of get out of some pre-existing conflict that is ruining their life, which could be physical. It also increasingly could be digital. And I think and then the other aspect of this that I care about, right, is figuring out how to kind of prefigure, test, iterate on kind of newer and better orders that can kind of seed, you know, a better version of cooperation across the world as a whole. So what are some like ways in which you're excited about, I mean, either network school or other startup societies contributing to this, and like especially in kind of intangible ways, and fairly soon?
So I think the most important thing is to de-radicalize people on the far left and far right in the English-speaking world. And my meta narrative, we haven't talked about this in a little while, but my meta narrative is the internet disrupted the center left, which led to wokeness, which led to disrupting the center right, which led to MAGA, which led to the crazy situation we're in now, like a train crash pileup. And I can give a bunch of graphs on that. And what that's meant is that the previous center left and center right are discredited, and the far left and far right, which are crazy and just want to fight, not just fight, kill, are rising, not just rising, surging every single day. They're just anger, right? Because their economic status, their social status has declined. They're looking for someone to scapegoat. Maybe it's a technologist, maybe it's a foreigner, maybe it's a foreign technologist, maybe it's, you know, maybe the Zoomers hate the boomers, men versus women, you know, like white people, non-white people, immigrants versus citizens. Every possible axis, like American society, is ripping. And the problem is America is the hub of the world, right? And so what we want is for all these people who are, I don't think you can flip every domino at once. But what I do think you can do is we can take the smart center left and right people, some who are within the US establishment or legacy or what have you, like, and like, let's say, I don't know, like Ezra Klein is like an abundance Democrat. He seems like a reasonable person. Derek Thompson seems reasonable. Noah Smith, you know, people like this who I don't think they're not haters. They're actually reasonable people, even if I disagree with them on certain issues, right? And then there's people on the center left, center right. Even an interesting thing, by the way, I will say this. You know, the most surprising thing that's happened to me at network school over the last couple of years?
What?
Maybe do you remember the ideology questionnaire that I had in Q4 as an experiment? So to my surprise, you know how every once in a while the magnetic field of the Earth, like it actually moves, like magnetic north moves, right? So I'll say something, let me see if I can articulate this right.
Hmm.
One of the most surprising things to me is that certain people who were very heavily left coded, like in even a far left coded way, were actually sweethearts when they came. And other people who had the insignia of being, like, let's say more libertarianish, were just total jackasses, right? And now you might say, well, that's what you'd expect or whatever, right? But of course, one is within one's own social circles. And so that was actually an interesting surprise to me, because online, the people who disagreed with capitalism and so on were just extremely nasty, right? And the people who agreed were generally more congenial. But then in person, that was actually not as much the case. I'm not saying it was zero correlation, but it was much, much less correlation than I expected it to be, right? And what that showed me is something good, which is that the old political things have actually gotten scrambled, and that you really want to judge people on the basis of their behavior, and that stated ideology may not actually map to their personal behavior. They might actually be a sweetheart. And moreover, part of the thing is that now that the right is or partially hegemonic, I don't even know what to call it, in power, whatever, lots of people who were previously just power hungry started mouthing rightist rhetoric, right? And so lots of things got scrambled, lots of signals, magnetic north got scrambled. And of course, you may not agree with my frame on things, but hopefully the conclusion of it is just that to a greater extent, I want to try to, not that I want to try, to a greater extent, I think that what we're talking about can appeal to people across the political spectrum. That many people kind of want, stability, and they want community, and they want a good job, they want a partner, they want children, they want all this kind of stuff. And it's funny. I'm going to show just one thing on screen. Can I show this? One thing.
Sure.
So here is something just before the Great Awakening. Okay. You see this? Obnoxious friend won't stop attaining major life milestones. You see this? And it's like, aggravation at the 4-year progression of Canfield's relationship status from single to in a relationship to engaged to married. I really don't think I can take hearing any more about her honeymoon to Hawaii, her new job title. I can't even remember the last time I hit a major milestone. And, now the thing about this is this came out in March 2013, right before the awakening and sort of the derangement of the internet and everything. And the reason I think that's super important is I think a lot of people in tech have substituted fundraising milestones for life milestones. Like, there's this meme that went around a little while ago, like single until Series B, or, so often, frequently, even in the 2010s, a VC would say something like, oh yeah, well, that founder needs some secondary so he can get a house, right? And now I actually apply a different lens to that. I'm like, oh, wait a second. Like, there's only a few thousand people in the world who are unicorn founders, far fewer than the number of pro athletes. So do you have to be like Michael Jordan or Elon in order to have like a simulacrum, a semblance of a normal life and a, upper middle class life, or middle class life, like a house and a kids and so on? That seems wrong. That seems incorrect. And you can actually, from that lens, understand why so many people are mad at tech and so on. And now, yet in the East, those milestones I just described are much more achievable because like there's a greater degree of social glue and social cohesion, and you can walk down the street and it isn't super high crime, and there's a greater degree of public good, and there's various trade-offs being made that are in some ways far to the left, in some ways far to the right of where America is, that produce greater societal order and bonds. Anyway, I do think that a big part of what we need to do culturally in terms of our influence on the world is whatever milestones people are trying to hit, the community should help them try to help those milestones. And then that actually makes them happier. And then we can export that, and we can have people on the left and the right to start their own startup societies. And even people who wouldn't talk to me or wouldn't talk to you, they might, like if they wouldn't talk to you, they might talk to me. If they wouldn't talk to me, they might talk to you. And so we can have a group of people who can be translation layers, and they can live in peace over here. It's like, Iran will talk to Pakistan, and Pakistan will talk to America, but Iran and America won't talk. Okay, fine. So go through an intermediary, right? And going through a network, you can start a society. Actually, I've made a visual. My last figure I'll show. Ready? Last figure. Hold on. Like this, right? Basically, We have a bunch. Do you see the red, yellow, green, and blue?
Mm-hmm.
So there's a bunch of these different startup societies, and even if they don't talk to each other, their presidents can.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the new UN, the new United Networks.
Mm-hmm.
And hopefully the opposite of crypto tribalism. So that's what I think of when I think about peace.
Okay. Amazing. Well, thank you, like so much for expressing your vision. I guess like my wish for this space is definitely that we continue iterating, we continue adding things to the world that are meaningful and that give the world clearly something that makes that's better for it than the 10,001st Starbucks or the 201st like a yacht resort, and
Absolutely.
Or for at like at every level, right? And like actually really contribute something new, both so that we can actually have some new ideas. We can see some but also cross-pollination. I think also really like flipping people's existing axes is super important, and continue to like really build this into something that manages to like provide value both for the people inside of it and in the sense of setting examples that the rest of the world can learn from, right? And so definitely appreciate like your network schools contribution to all of this. Also appreciate everyone in the different corners of the zoo world, and everyone who is kind of taking these ideas and trying to make their own spin on them. And I hope that we keep evolving, keep like both learning from like our successes and our failures, and hopefully do our part to make the world a more peaceful place. So thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you so much, both of you. And also big thank you to all the people who made this happen, to all our volunteers, team members who really made this space what it is. It was basically an empty space, an unused space before. Big shout out to everyone. And also please look after yourselves as well. This is not a like professionally catered space, but also look after your bottles, look after everything you leave here, take something with you to make sure we can all take care together of this space. Yeah. What's next in terms of evening programming? Some of you might have seen that later there's a party where there'll be some surprises. Also for the Futura Camp members, we'll also have a small Berlin experience in between. We'll all gather outside there at 6:30. If you're not part of the camp, you can also just stay around and join the party at 9:30. It will start with a sound experience in a 4D sound studio over there, and then more will happen. But yeah, if you're part of MA, you'll receive all the information. Feel free to also just sign up for it, ask someone around you. And yeah, looking forward to interact more with you and have a wonderful closing together of our Futura camp. Thank you.